Created the Blimier population, those giant creatures with the eyes and the chests. He might have had a hand or two in creating the monopod as well, so you're going to hear more about that later. Moving down to the next landmass for today, we have you, which is just you with two. Monopods are pretty peaceful and temperate, but they will attack if threatened, and they do roam the entire island. Other than this, the lands of you are pretty much just tropical and rainforest filled. Not much is known about them. Chia is next, and it's spelled Xia, but I think it's pronounced Chia, so just bear with me. This place is known as the Palace of the Jade Dragons. The continent itself is massive. It is very expansive. It's bigger than Abraxas, bigger than you combined. The people who live here in Chia are from the Garden Isles. They're kind of like transplants because they had to leave due to wars and stuff. Chia is a land of temperate and calm lakes and rivers and rolling hills. In the southern regions, that's how it is. But in the northern regions, there are deserts and highlands and dangerous places like that. Chia is also home to the original Chinese people that we know on Earth. In this lore system, people from Chia are the ancestors and descendants both of the original Chinese people. Now, as I said, the subname of Chia is the Palace of the Jade Dragons, and that's because of a single individual known as the Jade Emperor. Now, the Jade Emperor is a very powerful being who is not human. In fact, he is only one of 6 surviving members of a race called the Sumanites. Now, the Sumanites in this lore system were an ancient race of sentient, mammal-like lizard creatures. They had societies that were far more advanced than any human society ever was, but they almost all died out during the Great Dying that occurred millions of years ago. After this Great Dying, they were scattered from Earth to Atlas to Akupara, and they kind of set up camp wherever they could. Their societies were driven by pleasure and carnal desire. They didn't really have religion, they didn't have a greater purpose. They kind of just became so advanced that they gave into their own whimsy and their own carnal stuff. Anyways, this Jade Emperor is one of those creatures. He's one of the most powerful ones ever. Like I said, he's one of these 6 of those rulers. And he came to Chia and created this giant palace and these huge towers and walls, and he rules over the city to this day. Chia is steeped in mythos and legend in Akupara, and it's very widely known for its fame. It's got too much lore, can't cover it all, but what I gave you were the cliff notes. Thanks. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Moving even further south and at the speed of the Flash, we have Azania, also known as the Kingdom of Prestor John. Again, get your lore caps on. It's about to get wild. Azania is a long and skinny continent that kind of resembles the shape of Florida, or Italy almost. Long and thick rivers cut through the expanses and almost connect ocean to ocean. But the interesting part of Azania is not its rivers, and it's not its proximity to how it looks close to Italy. It's actually the name that's been given. The land of Prestor John. A race of people known as the Nubians live here in this land, and they have their own lore in and of themselves. But Prestor John has some interesting history on Earth, because in the medieval chronicles that we abide by, Prestor John was mentioned as this Christian ruler who dwelt and ruled and kind of was the king of these marvelous faraway lands. He ruled over strange lands with miraculous mythical beasts and dragons and half-human hybrids. Mythical creatures like sirens and harpies flew in the skies. And Prestor John kind of oversaw it all. And the lands here on Azania are called the Kingdom of Prestor John because of that. That's how these lands are. They're wild, they're untamed, creatures with multiple eyes and multiple limbs, and giant lion-human hybrids, harpies that fly in the sky, Nubians that live here too. Everything seems mythical. Azania sits on top of what is known as the Carousel Ocean, which is kind of this area where there's a bunch of different land masses that are all in a circle. And it really sounds like it's fun to go to. I visit. So thank you to Raycon for sponsoring this video. You know, it's finally almost springtime, and we're all crawling out of our caves from the winter to go out and enjoy the fresh breeze, the warm weather, and finally some sunlight on our faces. And since everybody's getting outside, what better time to get a pair of quality earbuds that'll follow you wherever the spring takes you. Now, I've worked with Raycon a ton of times. I love the brand.
Shit, just been chilling.
Raycons have a 32-hour battery life, which means that you could watch this video 32 times in a row on a single charge of your Raycons. And speaking of charging ability, Raycon offers a quick charge feature where you can get 90 minutes of playtime after just 10 minutes of charging. They're sweat resistant, and my personal favorite part about them is that they don't fall out of my ears due to the multitude of gel tips that you can choose from. There's different sizes, and if you got big... When it came time to take things to the next level, I knew
just been chilling.
Was per ear holes like me. You gotta have big gel tips, and these things are not going anywhere. They have a really sleek design. God, thank you for sponsoring the video. Sorry if I butchered those names. These are crazy things to say. New Cahokia is known as the Kingdom of the Mounds, and it too has really cool real-life lore. Those who live in New Cahokia are the descendants of the American Indian tribes known as the Cahokians. The Cahokian tribe from North America settled in the Missouri area near St. Louis, and they were known for having this gigantic city. It was a mega city that had never really been seen before. And when it was discovered, it was kind of just in mounds and ruins. The Cahokians eventually sailed through the ice wall, sailed through the Montane Ring, and they ended up here in New Cahokia to settle these fertile, rainforesty lands. Newitt is next, and it's called Heaven's Gate, which I'm pretty sure that's a cult, but I digress. It is an incredibly small island off of the coast of Iowa, and there's really not much labeled about it. There is a giant pyramid in the center of the island, though, and worshippers of strange deities go there, apparently. Legends of winged creatures fly around Newitt, and other beasts that seem like they're right out of Revelations in the Bible. Sorry, it's Revelation. In Earth's history, Newitt is the goddess of the space and the heavens in Egyptian mythology, so that's undoubtedly where this name came from. Much of Akupara and its names and its lore revolves around Norse, Egyptian, and American Indian style mythos and legends and lore, and you'll see that as we go on. Iwas, or Iwas, is next, and I think that's how you pronounce it. Iwas is often nicknamed as the levitating continent because it does just that. This massive landmass literally floats around the eastern portions of Akupara. It is the big... Indian style mythos and legends and lore, and you'll see that as we go on. Iwas, or Iwas, is next, and I think that's how you pronounce it. Iwas is often nicknamed as the levitating continent because it does just that. This massive landmass literally floats around the eastern portions of Akupara. It is the biggest floating landmass in all of the entire Gaia planetary body. Nothing even comes close to it. And it's never been set foot on or touched by a human. Many people say that Iwas is hundreds of billions of years old. It is an ancient, religious, esoteric place. And everything that goes on there is really unknown and enigmatic because you can't see it. The only place where you can even kind of look over at it is if you go to the pyramid in the middle of Newitt and climb to the very top of that pyramid. You can kind of see over the floating continent. But even then, no human's ever been there, so we don't know what goes on. All we do know is that Iwas seems to be evolved in some way. Like greater versions of people live there. Strange flying beasts and griffins and angels roam there.
Cục Dự trữ Liên bang Mỹ, Fed, đã giảm lãi suất vào lúc 3 giờ sáng ngày hôm nay theo giờ Việt Nam và cho biết sẽ làm chậm tốc độ hạ chi phí vay trong tương lai, dựa trên tỷ lệ thất nghiệp ổn định và sự cải thiện không đáng kể.
Donald Trump tái khẳng định cam kết lập quỹ dự trữ Bitcoin cho nước Mỹ. Cụ thể, khi được người dẫn chương trình Jim Cramer của đài CNBC đặt câu hỏi liệu nước Mỹ sẽ thiết lập quỹ
I knew I was underwater. I just didn't realize I was this underwater. If you're stressed about your
Climb to the
paper,
very
just
top
take
of that
Grammarly.
pyramid.
It's
You
free.
can kind of see
Need
over
better
the
grammar.
floating
I need
continent.
an A on this
But then,
essay. Great.
no human's ever been there, so we don't know what goes on. All we do know is that Iowa seems to be evolved in some way. Like greater versions of people live there. Strange flying beasts and griffins and angels roam the air. But again, no one's even set foot there, so we don't know if that's true. Over to the left is the continent of Minerva, also known as Croatoan. Now, Minerva is a very interesting land because, again, it is full of a bunch of descendants of Native American tribes. If you've ever heard of the lost colony of Roanoke from real life or the story and legend that it is, you probably heard of the word Croatoan. If you've ever been to the Outer Banks in real life, the highway that runs through it is called the Croatoan Highway as well. You're real if you know that one, by the way. I'm sure you've heard of the legend of Roanoke and the missing colony, but essentially, an entire colony went missing after the guys who were running it left for 2 years. They came back, all they found was carved into a tree on the outside of the place the word Croatoan, which is an Indian band of people, but they were never seen again, and their families were never seen again either. Somehow those peoples got here to Minerva in Akupara, and don't ask me how, but they did, and the remnants and remains of the Croatoan tribe is here. And finally, completing the Carousel Ocean is the continent of Micronesia, the land of the sandstone towers. The continent, as its name suggests, is very dry, very arid, and full of sand and sandstone. Along its eastern coast, it's almost like a desert biome from Minecraft. Giant sandy temples are dotted there, sand traps, quicksand, sandy mountains, sandy caverns, it's all sand. But on the other side, the west side, rich forests dot the landscape. At this point in the video, we've gone over about 1/4 of all the land masses in Akupara. Buckle in, you're doing great. I hope your brain hasn't exploded yet. At this point, we're in a place called the Circumscribed Ocean. And in this ocean, gigantic krakens are said to be. Strange fish-human hybrids have also been seen and reported. And you do not want to sail in these waters unless you absolutely have to. Beyond the circumscribed ocean, though, is 2 continents known as Weldrum and Polybius. Both of these continents are jam-packed with their own lore and mythos. Take a shot every time I say lore in this video. And the 2 continents are actually nearly connected by a series of archipelagos that almost reach each other from their coasts. Polybius is known as the Psychonauts Oasis, which is a crazy name that goes kind of hard. The word psychonaut refers to the altered state of consciousness that humans attempt and try to reach by doing deep meditation or taking something. Some sort of substance that makes you trip, pretty much. And as such, the land here at Polybius, the Psychonauts Oasis, is just like that. Everything is like a gigantic trip. Everything's colorful. Large plants emit glowing texture. There's swirls in the sky. The land itself is almost a drug. Colorful creatures with billions of wings and eyeballs float around the skies. Magic is very prevalent here, and spells pretty much exist in the open. Entities of the ethereal realm walk freely here. Angels and demons and gods and deities literally just walk around. The land itself is warped and glitchy, and the sky is colorful and non-real. Flying creatures can just walk right through solid objects, and it literally seems like you are tripping on the craziest trip of your life. Nothing makes sense, yet at the same time, everything makes sense. On the left side of Polybius is the Scorched Wastes, which again is a crazy place that I'll explain in part 3 when I explain all the wastes. Veldrum, or Weldrum, is nicknamed Destiny Manifest, and this is that sister continent that is nearly connected to Polybius. Now, Weldrum is very interesting because it was colonized and kind of found by a group of people that I've already talked about. If you remember the giant continent of Aten that I mentioned last video, then you will remember its inhabitants. Goblins, orcs, gnomes, hobgoblins, and things like that were all that roamed the expanses. And the reason all of the creatures in Aten were kind of short and stumpy is because there wasn't enough natural resources to make them grow fully, so over time their bodies kind of developed the ability to not grow. However, these goblins and a group of these orcs and gnomes and stuff eventually left Aten and sailed all the way through the Montane Ring and found Veldrum. They settled it, they colonized it, and they began to grow. Weldrum is a world and a continent that is massively rich in nutrients. The trees here are huge. They bear fruits and vegetables. The grass is plentiful. The wheat is plentiful. And these small people from Aten found this place and they grew. And they grew and they grew and they grew and they grew even more. And now they are giants. That's right. The people that were short and goblins from Aten came here, and now their descendants are gargantuan behemoths. The name Weldrum itself actually directly translates to the land of... trolls, which is exactly what it is. Across the expanse of Weldrum, these giants roam, and they live amongst the huge trees, caverns, and chasms. It's literally the perfect place to grow a civilization. Good job, gnomes. Below the continents that I just mentioned, there's literally none for thousands of miles. It's just ocean. Specifically, this huge ocean expanse is called the Archipelago Ocean, and that's because it's an ocean full of little archipelagos. Got it? None of these land masses here have anything about them. I don't know the lore about them, but they're little tiny islands. So do with that what you will. Moving around to the bottom of the map, we have the land of Scylla and Charybdis, home of the Harpies. This is when that awesome mythology comes into play. Strap in for this. The names Scylla and Charybdis might sound familiar to you if you know Greek legend and mythology, because both of these beasts are from the mythos there. Scylla is kind of like a half lizard, half woman creature that hides on the one side of a body of water. And Charybdis is this other giant creature that creates whirlpools with its mouth, with thousands of rows of teeth. If you've seen Percy Jackson, you've seen something similar to Charybdis. Scylla has dog heads sprouting from her body and a strange human top with a lizard back, and Charybdis is just an eldritch horror. So, essentially the entire tale of Scylla and Charybdis is in the Odyssey, and it symbolizes being between a rock and a hard spot, because they have to sail through the lands of Scylla and Charybdis, where they're kind of in between. And that's exactly what these two sister islands or sister continents are. The continent itself is very mountainous, very airy, kind of high in elevation. And the things that live here are harpies. Harpies are creatures with the bodies of birds, but with the head and neck of a human. So they have wings and they have multiple feet and stuff, but they have the head and kind of the shoulders of a human. These harpies live up in these high mountains, in these caves, and in these caverns, flying back and forth to the rivers below to catch their food. Below Scylla and Charybdis is the Draconic Isles, which, if you know what draconic means, you know, again, this is a dangerous place. Like the name suggests, this island cluster is a hot, fiery, magma-filled place full of dragon layers. Huge fireworms and bloodworms and serpents and wyverns and dragons, as we know them, fly around the expanses and live in the volcanic ash. Active volcanoes constantly erupt and smoke here, and fire naturally comes from the ground. This place is also home to some kind of living fire, which moves around like a beast, but acts like fire. Not much is known about the Draconic Isles, but what is known is that no human should ever set foot there if they want to make it out alive and don't want to get eaten by a fireworm. Over to the right is another interesting place known as Glarnia, the Lost World. This is a huge continent, one of the biggest in all of Akupara, and it's been made famous due to the almost storybook aspect of it. It is a prehistoric nightmare with giant expanses where human and animal hybrids run free. Gargantuan snakes and beasts of the field with wings. The lands here are lush with vegetation and forests, and mist rolls over all of them. It's a very, very princessy type place. Huge ancient castle ruins are here as well, and if you've ever seen the movie or read the book Narnia, this is essentially what it's like. The creatures here can be sentient, and they can speak, and they can connect with people. And as such, human and animal hybrids are a pretty common thing. Above Glarnia is Aurora, the mountains of Kong, Balam, and Siwa Sigwo. No written lore is available about those places I just mentioned. They're kind of unfamiliar to people and travelers. The only information we can gather is from their names and their nicknames, their sub-names. So Aurora is titled the Audience of Lights. So I'm assuming that the sky opens up to the Aurora Borealis, kind of like it does in the northern areas of the world. The Mountains of Kong, I don't know what that means. Does King Kong live there? Who knows? I don't have an idea. And Lala, or Lale, or Layla, is the land of slumbering giants. So that's cool. Maybe there's giants there. And Siwasigyo is titled the home of the Flaming Emperor. So that's all we know. A lot of the lands in Akupara are just kind of known in legend. They haven't really been fully mapped out, because why would you? Probably die if you try. At this point, we're pretty much halfway done through the entire world. We're making good progress. Let's keep going. And there's also at this point when the continents and the lands and the islands will begin to have scant lore, where not much is documented about them, not much is researched about them, and all that we know are kind of whispered wise tales of what goes on. Now, if you're looking at this map right here, you might think that I'm going to go over Atlantis next, because it's kind of the next thing, but Atlantis is connected to the wastelands.
The fastest growing snack category in the United States is meat sticks. But what usually happens when a product gains popularity is that companies cut corners to do it faster and cheaper, often at the expense of the consumer's health. Now, we see this happening with meat sticks, preserved with an ingredient called encapsulated citric acid, often labeled only as citric acid or lactic acid. Now, this ingredient contains hydrogenated oils, genetically modified organisms, and sometimes seed oils. So what we did instead is create an encapsulated citric acid-free stick by using oil-style fermentation. This process takes much longer, so it's less profitable, but it creates a gut-friendly meat stick free of unnecessary additives. We use 100% grass-fed and finished beef and truly pastured pork, chicken, and venison sourced exclusively from American family farms that are healing the planet. So for a delicious meat stick you can trust that is better for you, your family, and the planet, try them today for 30 sticks for $36. This is our best deal yet, so check them out before this deal is gone.
I'll admit, there were some bugs in my programming.
And I will not be going over the wastelands until part 3, the next part, the final issue of the series. Continuing along upwards, we have New Tarid, aka Gone with the Wind. So Tarid itself in the world beyond the ice wall doesn't really have any written lore. There's no page about it, there's no documentation, but it's referencing something that
explores not only stars, planets, galaxies, or black holes. Hard to believe, but yes. The agency also works on discoveries here on our home planet Earth. So, more than 1 million years ago, where do they drain? The ocean, of course, and it drains a lot. A recent study, co-authored by Fricker, found that the drainage of one lake flushed as much as 198 billion gallons into the ocean in only 3 days. Countless mysteries about how nature works are still waiting to be solved. But finding the 2 new lakes will give scientists by scientists and researchers. Then it's likely to happen again. That would mean sea levels rising, affecting coastal cities and small remote islands. But stopped in 1992 when the engineers found out that the temperatures were 100 degrees Fahrenheit higher than they predicted. And then it was abandoned, and it's just been a barren hole now. But that's the closest we've dug to the center of the planet. The scary thing is that some of the workers on the site could hear voices coming from within. All the way in Yemen, an ancient hole exists in Barhout, in the east of the country, in the middle of the desert. It's actually closer to Oman than to the capital Sana'a. This hole has puzzled experts and locals. Unlike the holes in Russia and Antarctica, this wasn't man-made. Or was it? It's been around for many years, and the locals try to steer away from it. They don't even like talking about it, since they claim it brings bad luck to those around it, or to whoever utters its name. They claim it was created as a prison for spirits, but many rule that out. The hole is 98 feet wide and somewhere between 330 to 650 feet deep. You can also hear strange sounds coming from the inside. But according to some scientists, the well has little to no ventilation and barely has any oxygen down there. So it's unlikely that anyone or anything lives down there. The Challenger Deep in the Mariana Trench caught some low-pitched grumble sounds in March of 2016. Some of these grumbles were followed by screeches. They caught these sounds in a span of weeks, using a titanium-encased microphone so that the immense pressure of the lowest point on Earth wouldn't crush it. They had to lower it slowly as well, since it's 1,000 times the atmospheric pressure at sea level. For 23 whole days, the microphone recorded typical sounds of whales passing by and boats sailing across from above, and even rumbles of nearby earthquakes, but they still couldn't determine what caused those initial sounds. The researchers couldn't understand if the noise from the bottom of the Mariana Trench was caused by humans or was natural. They also wanted to know if these sounds affected marine life, like dolphins and whales that rely on echolocation. They still can't figure it out, but scientists estimate that the ocean is about 10 times noisier than it was 50 years ago. With technological developments in shipping, submarines, and underwater construction, the ocean will only get louder with time. Northern lights come with sounds, which nobody talks about. They're usually audible when the auroras are at their most powerful presence. Scientists were always puzzled as to what caused the faint popping and crackling, even though they were very far above us. They used some special microphones and found out that the sounds came just 230 feet above us, which is pretty low. They're caused by electrical charges gaining power in a specific region of the auroras. The electrical charges are disturbed by magnetic storms that fire up the northern lights. As a result, some tiny sparks are released into the atmosphere, causing the faint crackling and popping noise.
Meteorites rain down on Earth every single year. Almost 63% of the 69,268 meteorites scientists have officially recorded in the Meteoritical Bulletin database have been picked up from a polar desert. From where? Antarctica. It's technically a desert because it gets little precipitation. The continent receives an average equivalent of about 6 inches of water annually, mostly from snow. The interior parts are even drier. Not much action happens to meteorites there. Deserts are like safe storage closets for them, and it's easier to spot meteorites there. In total, there are around 42,000 meteorites in Antarctica. Most of them have been spotted since 1976. The Sahara Desert in Africa isn't far behind. Nomads and treasure hunters have discovered over 14,000 meteorites there, especially since 1995. Then there's the Arabian Peninsula, mainly Oman, where they've unearthed about 4,200 meteorites. So why does Antarctica take the crown for its meteorite collection compared to other areas? It's not because more meteorites land there. Statistically, they can land anywhere. Antarctica wins because it's great at showing off these space rocks. The icy environment keeps them in mint condition. The contrast between the ice and space rocks makes spotting meteorites easy. Plus, there are spots called meteorite stranding zones, where the geology, ice flow, and climate team up to gather meteorites. Here's the sci-fi part. Satellites help researchers find meteorites. They use these space gadgets to spot the best places to search. Some of these meteorites are ancient, like 1 million years old. Now, when you think about how many meteorites there are, it's a bit like a pie chart. if you measure their weight instead of just counting them, things get interesting. Antarctica's slice of the pie gets smaller. On average, an Antarctic meteorite weighs about 2 ounces, like a small bar of chocolate. Ooh, chocolate. But in the Sahara, they've got all sizes, so the average is about a pound. Now, let's talk about meteorites in action. Only a tiny bit, maybe just 1.8% of all meteorites found.
My friend told me about this site, and I'm only paying $89. So State Farm tried charging me $187.
Vlad tells Brick Baby he has explicit photos of Nipsey Hussle doing something you wouldn't believe.
I will send a photo of Nipsey engaged in something which I will never put out, right? And that's his personal business.
Yeah.
And based on what Wack is talking, and this is what I mean, like with Wack, a lot of the stuff he says comes out as true.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying. I didn't see the video that Wack is talking about, but I do have a photo that someone sent me, and it's definitely it's Nipsey in the photo, and I'm not going to go into any more details.
Yeah.
You know, if you want, I'll show you the photo.
Yeah, I think I have to see the photo now that you spoke. Only because of me not being able to prove right or wrong.
Vlad tells Brick Baby he has explicit photos of Nipsey Hussle doing something you wouldn't believe.
I will send a photo of Nipsey engaged in something which I will never put out, right? And that's his personal business.
Yeah.
And based on what Wack is talking,
Beans and peas, wool.
Is this the crib area?
Hell no. Nigga, this LG, nigga, Broadway.
Oh yeah, and then we have the Highlands pulling up right now. Yeah, tap in anytime you come to the city. Yeah.
Nigga, what? Nigga, Gun K, nigga on the set. I can't wait to catch one of them. I'm gonna put them on the T on the
What up, bro? How you doing?
On the set, this Big Brazy from the Lead Son on the set. On the set.
This nigga, hey, I'm telling you, nigga, hey, tell him, nigga, hey. Ain't no speaking, nigga, hey.
Trick top, nigga, with the dead owners. From the land to the sand, on the set. Niggas know.
Puerto Rican, Mexican, bro.
Set.
So you got Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, everything from the hood too, huh?
Set, yeah, bro. On the set, we got Mexicans everything. On the set.
Beans and peas, wool.
Is this the crib area?
Hell no. Nigga, this LG, nigga, Broadway.
Oh yeah, and then we have the Highlands pulling up right now. Yeah, tap in anytime you come to the city. Yeah.
Nigga, what? Nigga, Gun K, nigga on the set. I can't wait to catch one of them. I'm gonna put them on the T on the
What up, bro? How you doing?
On the set, this Big Brazy from the Lead Son on the set.
Why is everybody putting up with ads like it's 2010? It's 2025.
What's going on with y'all?
5 seconds to set up.
Oh boy, you know this goddamn sickness.
It's that simple. No more interruptions. But it gets even better. With Pi, you can actually get paid to see ads that you choose to watch. So instead of sitting...
What the hell? What the helly? What the hell? What the Miami? What the helly? Ocean Drive. What the hell? This is my daddy right here. Hey, listen up. I ain't gonna lie. It's fine. We got him. I'll shoot you like a dog. You can't drive a car? Bro, come on. Bro. You gotta talk to him. Damn! I
saw you hit me in the head with the bottle. You. This.
No, I didn't. Somebody else threw that shit. That wasn't me.
I'm gonna get him back. He hit me in the
He
head.
said I hit him in the head with a bottle. You didn't see it, right?
This my boy, but he just tried to hit me in the head. So bet you I'm a bottle head ass nigga.
Fine.
God bless you,
This is my pot. This is my daddy. This is my daddy right here. Give me a hug. I'm from Detroit, Michigan.
That ain't your damn daddy.
Try to lie on me.
He look more like the uncle.
Try to lie on me. Daddy. You try to lie on me, daddy. Say cheese. What you gonna tell mama? You gonna keep abandoning me? I bet. That's the Scarface Hotel right there. Now hop in it.
Damn Scarface. Right, if we ain't got the bricks in there.
This looks like the John F. Kennedy car. I didn't put no baby oil on your chest.
Really, you still hating on my?
I'm just saying. I ain't never seen you with
Sir,
your shirt
I
on.
look at Miami right now.
Why this man got his chest out like he got a body or something?
Am I looking like I'm from
Why do
Miami?
he
Right
got his? Don't he look stupid as hell?
Do it look like I'm doing Miami right now?
I'm from Detroit. They trying to judge like they from Miami when they not.
Done. He's a one and done. You feel?
That's
That's what I'm
Look at
saying.
this. What is this? Do you want to see this?
Or this.
Ain't nothing wrong with this. Come on now.
It's hot.
No, not no more. It was earlier when the sun was out. We got it.
Yeah, stop hating. Nah, she ain't trying to hate on that.
I'm hating.
Baby, see, haters never win. You see that? God bless you too, man. You hating ass nigga.
What you think about that? Good?
He good too, right? Thank you, man. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, man. We more or less huggers around here.
I thank you. I thank you very much.
That's good luck.
That's my other pops.
Oh, that's
Damn,
so
I
both
hate
them
that
hit your
He
mom.
kinda stank.
Both them ain't hit your mom.
He kind of stank. My fuck. I like how that feel on my feet.
Who the coach?
I like how that shit feel, y'all, on my feet. See,
Who the coach?
you know, I normally keep the shoes on, but I'm like, shit, since the sun not out and the sand not hot, why not take your shoes off and your socks and feel the sand through your toes and strike a pose?
You ready?
You really? Come on, let me bust. I'm about to bust his ass. Damn, they need all them balls? Can we use the ball? They need all them balls? No, did he? That's a point.
Hell no.
It's okay. What do we
They
got?
took all the damn balls.
Sorry about that. Damn, we ain't got no volleyball. Nah, I can't serve because they said it's their volleyball and shit. They said we can't use their volleyball because it's theirs and they
In high school, we needed one volleyball.
probably because we black. So I don't know.
I hope it's not because of that.
You my bodyguard. Why you ain't say nothing, bro? Hey, listen though. I ain't gonna lie. You gotta start acting like a bitch.
I got you, bro.
No, you don't.
I
Because
got
anytime you stand around,
Pop off, I'm ready.
no,
No,
because you trying to look good. You're not ready. He
I'm
wasn't
ready.
ready for this.
Pop off, I'm ready, bro.
So when somebody come up to me
come on.
and take,
They can't come right
and somebody take something from me, what you gonna do?
They're not gonna take.
Well, when she took the volleyball from me, said it was
her.
hers.
Her shit. We can't.
How you know it's her
They're
shit?
not gonna take nothing that's yours.
How you know it's her
They
shit?
can take something that's
Listen,
theirs.
man, I ain't gonna lie. You gotta stand
She
on.
said it's her
You
shit.
gotta
She got
stand.
her name on that mother.
She ain't standing on.
Hey, look, come on, sit. Hold on.
No, shut up. You gotta stand on. When somebody takes something or do something to me, you supposed to be my bodyguard.
Ass in the headlock.
No shit. I ain't tell you to talk, did I? I'll give you a titty twister. You keep talking, I'll make you name 5 cereals. You remember the last time I twisted your titty?
Crazy.
Yes, I'm not playing. Come on, bro.
No dick.
Stop doing that, bro. I can't even talk and say like, come on.
I got you.
Like,
Man, take a I got you.
you got me?
I got you.
Because I know his ass don't. Who you think you is? 50 Cent? Look, you got dirt in your. You gonna catch ringworm. Look, you got dirt in his head.
Medium.
I like your bum.
Thank you.
Medium.
That shit catchy.
Yeah, that's catchy. Medium. You have a nice bump.
Thank you so much.
Medium.
I like your bump.
Bitch.
Medium.
Yeah.
Your bump.
Hey.
Medium.
I like your
nice bump.
Yeah.
Medium. I like your bump.
You talking about?
Medium. I like your bump. Like
Miriam, I like your bum.
I like
Miriam, I like your bum.
Bring it down.
Miriam, I like your bum.
Break it down.
Miriam, I like your bum. Miriam, I like your bum.
Man, you haven't seen that to your daddy.
Your bum. Miriam, I like. Hey.
What? Yeah, Jack. Did you talking about? Can't fuck with me. I hit that anytime, anywhere. I just get the. You feel me up on people? Detroit basketball. Hey, what up, though? Y'all know I had to change the clip. It ain't football season no more. It's basketball. Use code. I ain't seen what a bitch yet. All right. I'm gonna start telling. I'm just saying. You on his side? Okay. I'm gonna see if you. I'm gonna see if you get on the. You on his side? So, put the heads together like this. Like this. We all thinking that's one. You need some help, baby? What you out here reading, baby? I was coming over here to get on them. I saw you looking all good and shit. I said, who the fuck is this girl? You sound soft-hearted. I like you. Yeah, I said what? What? Because I'm a bird watch with your ass. That's a beautiful bird. I don't remind you of one? If I put my arms like this. What that mean? I'm a dog, baby. I'm not human. I'm a dog. I'm a pit bull. You ever been treated like a dog? I treat you like a dog. All right, you don't want me? Okay, come here. I'm gonna give you a hug. I'm gonna oh yeah, you soft, girl. They love you, baby. Got you, baby. How y'all doing? This your first day in Miami? This ain't your first day. This your first day? No, oh, no English? Yeah, sure. Oh, I need to pull out. Damn. How you get the translator? Damn. What you come down here for? Drones. Yeah. Oh, okay. So what the hell is you doing flying drones? You got a camera on your shade. You a spy. Let me see these hoes. Yeah, a developer, huh? Put your glasses on. Flash his ass. You're not gonna remember this. I'm Jay, he K. You ready? I'm about to press the button. You love everybody. You hear me? You're gonna be rich as hell. Your name is Tyrone. Tyrone. Okay. I'll put them on for you. Yeah. Group hug. Give us a group hug. We love you, man. All right, man. You hear me? I love you, man. Keep that bit up. Keep up that bit up. Keep that shit up. Keep that shit going. You feel me? Keep flying them drones. And then when you get like 10,000, make sure you look out for it. Fly all that shit. I want to see you fly a fucking plane. A plane. Jack 2313. What you want? Jack 2313, bro. Okay. All right. Okay. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. You've been a gangster. You've been a real. You've been a real jig. Were you like recording? Now let go of his motherfucking hand. Why you holding his hand so long? You holding your hand for like over 5 minutes, man. 10 minutes, man. Don't let nobody hold your hand that long, okay? Only if he love you. Only if he love you. Only if he love you. You gotta love you. If he don't love you, don't let nobody hold your hand that long if he don't love you. Don't love it disrespect me like that, boy. When we trying to gain friendship, you don't cut that shit off. You see who the best friend is, right? Who the best friend? Me or him? Who your best friend? Me or him? Who the best friend?
Let me guess. You're thinking about going to therapy. And as a therapist myself, of course I'm going to say that's a great idea.
Versace? The store? No, it's a house. Oh, like a museum. It's a mansion? Versace mansion? Oh, damn, let's check it out then.
It's not allowed, guys. It's a restaurant and a hotel, so you need to make a reservation for the dinner.
Oh, damn. You can't tell them I'm your cousin. You just say we're your brothers. I'm your brother from your mama's side. I'm your sister. Your sister? I mean your son.
Three brothers?
Yeah,
I have three brothers?
Right, we your brothers too. Oh, this my guy right here. I'm with him. They ain't letting us in that bitch. You and him? They not letting us in that bitch. I don't know why. Oh. They tell me we can't come into Versace. They saying the dude died on the step. When did he die? I hope he didn't die yesterday. Because if he did, that place is haunted. Yeah, Versace running around that thing. He gotta be. I don't want to go in there anyway. I get it. Y'all know where to get that white shit from? Y'all know where I get that heat from? Y'all know y'all do that shit now. I got that loud. $25 acre. $25 acre. I got that loud pack. Got that Zai. Got that loud pack for you. Some of that. I ain't got shit. Yeah, sure. So I nigga just ask you that because I was scratching my nose. Oh yeah. You got that shit. I need some of that. Come on, you. Want to get a picture there? Come on, let's get it, dog. What's up? Yeah, you gotta take a picture. It look like he on. Hey, listen, bro. Hold on. I know you know where that block. You know where that white shit at? Nah, do this.
You, come on.
That Miley Cyrus.
Now get one cent. Hey, get one cent. I got that. Get one cent. I got that.
What you got on, man?
Look at it. That shit smell good. What the you got on?
Arabian shit.
Yeah?
Can I do this one
That
time?
shit smell good.
It look like you got that shit. Oh yeah, you got that shit.
They not from Florida. Y'all ain't from Florida. Y'all all together, ain't y'all?
All y'all came from Wisconsin?
Yeah,
That's
I'm
fire.
You oh shit, I'm
Okay.
fucking great.
Check it out.
Oh no,
Check it out. Check it out. Oh, you don't supposed to check it out? You went to check it out.
Get in there. Yeah. Love you, brother. Love you, brother.
I still get
Love you. I love you, man. I love you.
Why you crying, man? What head on the field, man?
He hit me in the head with a bottle.
Is it all?
Come on, man. I gotta finish this call, man.
You finishing what?
I gotta finish, bro. I'm talking to people at work, brother.
Yeah, ain't important.
What did you say to me?
Is it important?
It's real important, bro. I work here.
So I couldn't use your phone to dial the number? So I couldn't call I just lost all my shit. Like I just lost my life property. You left your cigarette. You left your shit. Where you want me to go? If I just lost all my shit, I don't fucking get it. If I just lost my work and I'm trying to get you to give me some work, that's f***ed up, Johnny.
How you doing, brother? Yeah, how you doing?
Doing well, how are you?
I'm good, man. Your name Pablo?
My name is not Pablo. My name is Evan.
You got the stuff on me? I got the money right here. $500.
No, man. No, I'm not Pablo.
You ain't got the white stuff on me.
What stuff?
Yeah, the white. They said
Bro,
you had that.
bro, my name is Evan Columbia. I met this guy. If you heard of yeah.
What, he got that white stuff?
He does. You want me to give him his number?
He got that white stuff? Really? You got it?
I get his number, yeah. You want it?
I'm saying, what does he sell?
Weed.
Fucking weed?
That's what, those are the two he has.
You got nothing on you right now?
No, man. I got like half a pre-roll, and I got,
Oh, okay, you got that stuff?
yeah, I got a pre-roll yesterday. I don't smoke like,
Yeah, we got him, guys. We got him. He's right here. We got him.
it's like,
Pink shirt. What's your name again? Yeah, he's right here. Right here. What's his name? Where you get your stuff on? It's not funny. It's not funny.
I don't get anything.
It's not funny.
I don't get anything.
Do you see me laugh?
Listen, no, listen. I don't know where to find him.
You already gave me his number.
I got his number because
Evan, cut the shit. Cut it. I want to hear that shit.
I just let him call for a 10-4. Put your hands behind your back, Evan. What he got?
Why you keep laughing? Why you keep laughing?
What you got? What you got?
Stop laughing.
You just trying to buy shit?
he wasn't. I'm not trying to buy.
Don't got no shit?
Nope.
Jump up 10 times and be like, I like boys. I like boys.
I like boys.
And I'll touch your toes. Spell run.
Can't do that. Can't do that for you. You might as well put me in handcuffs. I'm sorry.
What's the YouTuber? What's his name? Jake Paul looking ass. Mr. Beast looking ass. Zach and Cody looking ass. Jonas brother looking ass. Kids. WB yourself looking ass. Okay, look, man, you ain't. Come on, I need you to do something, bro.
What you need me to do?
You just stand around. I know you bodyguarding and shit. I need you to sing to one of these girls out here. Fuck it, let's get it. We in Miami. Fuck. Oh, you don't care? Pick any random girl, just go up to them and just sing your heart out.
Excuse me. Can I talk to you for a second? It's so funny running into you. It has to be thrill. Since we last seen each other, many flashbacks come to mind of the wild and crazy times. Many flashbacks come to mind of the wild and crazy times we used to have with one another. You absolutely didn't care, but we were doing it anyway. Eye contact, and it was over. But that's when I was wild now.
They missed it.
I couldn't care less about. But that's when I was wild now. I couldn't care less about someone getting hurt. I've got myself there, but I was down. Ooh. For so long I've waited for the chance to be with you and to lie with you, baby.
This the need for me.
In my dreams I take you by the hand to a house on the beach, making love on jet black sand. You like that?
Yeah. Thank you.
Y'all niggas finessing.
No, on my shit. You know he getting money. You know I'm getting high. You know I'm super fire.
Hey, Jack, come here quick. Come here quick.
I'm trying to work this shit. Okay.
No, we gotta get ready to go for real.
What's that shoe? Like 11 and a half, 12, what?
You got some big ass feet.
I know.
You can wear 11
You know what they say? What the girls say about that?
Oh, nigga.
What? Why? What's up?
You like your shoes? I was young nigga.
Oh, what's this? Huh?
From yours.
For real?
Yeah, look at the shoes. I get these 30.
Nigga, stop playing, bro.
Oh, you good, though. I had too much of this shit anyways, bro. So all my niggas always like, man, let me get my nigga sneakers, bro.
You giving me these?
Yeah.
I gotta get you something, bro. It's only right, bro. You my nigga, bro.
I know, but yeah, you my nigga too. You don't gotta give me nothing. I'm good. I appreciate it, though.
Good. Give me a hug, man.
I'm not finna hug you, man.
You give me a hug, man. I want you, nigga.
You gay. Alright, good. You gay. Enjoy that shit. Alright, let me go, bro.
You my bro.
Okay,
I ain't gonna lie to
let
you,
me
bro.
go.
That's some real wine and I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. You got what?
I'm having a hole, man. You can't get us. You gotta get your sleep, man. We good.
Well, I can't relate.
Let's go to dinner, man.
I can't relate. I'm about to wear these though. Look what Ben just gave me, bro.
Hey, Ben. Ben, you just gave Jack a pair of J's?
Boy.
You only had one?
Yeah.
He only told you it was one person with him?
No, he had just told me
You
though.
ain't got another pair back there?
No, I don't know.
You sure?
What size you wear?
That size?
You 11 and a half?
Yeah, any
I got
size
some
you
shit
got.
for you. Your shoes don't look like 11 and a half, okay? They look like 9.
But I'm saying you only gave him one?
I'm saying
You ain't thinking about me?
you don't got 9.
That's my friend. Y'all just met.
I ain't got 9, so.
Y'all just met.
It is what it is. Then. All right.
You mad or something?
Yeah, I'm mad. He invited me over and gave you a pair of shoes in my face.
That's crazy.
I didn't invite you.
Oh, see, now I wouldn't invite him.
Bro, you good. You can't say you good, bro.
It's all good. It's all good.
Like, it's not that deep, gang.
You want some shoes that bad?
It's a $250 pair of shoes, man. This nigga got money.
I'm saying though, like,
Come on, bro.
what's the big deal about it? Yeah, you can't be doing it.
Tax season. The unwanted guest that keep.
And bro, when you just met, I've been knowing him for a minute. I've been over here a couple of times. You can't just be doing shit that, bro. For real. I'm sorry, bro. Swear to God.
Anyway, making me uncomfortable, gang.
Like, now you uncomfortable?
I'm saying you cool, gang. I just that shit me uncomfortable.
All right, bro. Listen, we just gonna go out to eat, bro. Forget about you. Forget even said. We just gonna go out to eat. You got the key?
Now your ears popping? Yeah.
My shit pop. Hey, so you. Okay, listen. You gonna drive the Jeep, and we in the roads.
You all right
You
with me?
sure you want me to come out? You can not ride here.
We in the roads, bro. You drive the Jeep. Me, Aaron, and John.
I can't ride the roads?
No. When the car pull up, just put these in the car, bro.
I'm just gonna ride it too.
Yeah. And the Rolls Royce, that boy got that body be full. I be seeing you.
Yeah, hell yeah. I know you. I thought you dapping him up, gang. I ain't want to.
Hey, you got
That's
that.
already my. I'm trying to.
I thought you dapping him up. What the fuck? Yeah, man. The thing is, you're not on my insurance. You're not on my. If you was on my insurance,
You ain't even give me no pair of shoes and I can't drive the car?
Bro, come on, bro.
I'm saying though, if DC
You
give me
embarrassed.
I can't
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Jack, you gotta get him to.
Bro, you embarrassing me.
Alright, it's cool.
Get out and bring you around no more, bro. I swear. I can't, bro. Chill out, bro. Stop doing that, man.
Can he go deep?
Yeah, but tell him you gotta relax. No, he's really weird. Yeah. Hold on, let me holler at him. I'm telling him. The girl liked it both. You nigga weird, bro. You gotta talk to him.
I'm gonna talk to him, bro.
I don't be doing that weird shit.
Yeah, I know you know. Hey, you know you my dog, bro. I know you know.
I don't want to stop judging you for shit that you do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So just like,
I ain't tell you right now.
I'm saying you good, man. Can you get out the door, gang?
My fault too. Bro, you gotta get shit.
Yeah, but you don't touch a nigga dope.
Huh?
You know what I'm saying? You don't,
It was the radio. We from the hood. It's the radio. Hold on, what you saying?
you don't touch a nigga dope, man. Not no road.
Oh, nigga, I ain't used to shit like this. This bitch fire, though.
You got the Big Dipper in this bitch somewhere?
Man, it look like we in space. Hey, man, let me whip this bitch a couple times, bro.
I got you, gang.
What?
Whenever you get back in town, bro, just let me know. We gonna set it up.
Okay, bet it up. That shit on the phone.
He said whenever we get back in time, we're gonna
How many bitches you had in here?
Not many, gang. You know what I'm saying? I like to keep it smooth.
I like bitch me. Big Nick used to be back in the day.
Put your seatbelt on, gang.
That's real?
Yeah, okay.
Follow me, y'all. Right here, we at the House of Hits right now. You feel me? About to lay down this track. Say, no, I ain't laying down no track, being laying down the track. But I just want to show y'all these sweet ass pictures. Got my nigga Notorious B.I.G. on the scene. Just lit up. Like, wow. That Jordan logo, LV logo. This bitch cost about, probably about 20,000. But hell yeah, though. What y'all think about that last Laugh in the Life episode? I feel like, I ain't gonna lie, we really getting better and better, you know, with that shit. You feel me? And it's like, I don't know, man. Like the energy, me, Aaron, my cameraman Johnny got together. It's just like, well, I feel like we, the Ninja Turtles or something. You feel me? Raphael, Donatello, Mike.
Put on, nigga, they what? 60s, nigga. Fucking straight. Nigga. Knots and Roses. Yeah, all that, nigga, in the back of the buildings, nigga. Fuck your range, fam. 6 up, they what? Let me see one more time. Put on, nigga, they what? 60s, nigga. Fucking straight. Nigga. Knots and Roses. Yeah, all that, nigga, in the back of the buildings, nigga. Fuck your range, fam. 6 up, they what? Let me see one more time. Put on, nigga, they what? 60s, nigga.
Had my husband take a photo for me and show me my results, and literally, I was in tears.
Bro, you said you ain't from nowhere, bro, but you from somewhere, bro. Bro, where you from, though, bro? You get your flu shoes, bro. Your flu shirt and you walking through here, bro. This the naps, bro. This funkies, bro. This the naps, bro. What is wrong with you out here talking about you on bang? Bro, where you from, bro? On the set, where you from, bro? Where you from? Get them blue house and I'm double. And I by myself. And I'm in your.
Now, I know y'all remember this video from about 7 to 8 years ago. If you don't remember this situation, it takes place in San Diego, involving a Lincoln Park blood named Donnie, aka Baby Fatal. 2015, Baby Fatal caught a supposed Crip in Crip territory and was threatening him and checking his gang affiliation to see what gang he was in, which the other man had all blue on and even had blue rag slippers. This made Baby Fatal get out his car and make the other man take the slippers off and give them to him, or he said he was going to do something to him, which the man did, fearing the worst. Now, in this episode, I'm going to tell you the story of what happened with Baby Fatal. Now, the Lincoln Park Bloods is a blood gang on the southeast of San Diego and have been around for decades. Outside of the traditional red Bloods wear, the Lincoln Park Bloods wear green. San Diego is known to have many blood sets and some Crip sets as well. The Lincoln Park Bloods are one of the most known sets in San Diego. The Lincoln Parks are rivals to some Bloods and some Crips. Some of the Crip rivals will be the West Coast Crips and the Rolling 40 Crips in San Diego. And with Baby Fatal checking a supposed Crip in the video, Baby Fatal believed he was from 40s, but the other dude denied. Baby Fatal was a known member, even to the police, which they knew him by name and face and recognized him in several Lincoln Park videos. May of 2015, Baby Fatal was all over police radar. On May 1st, 2015, police were watching the store after several gang members were said to be in a lot. Police seen a young man put a strap in the car and jump in the car with Baby Fatal and a woman driver. Police then swarmed into the lot to try to arrest people. Over 6 handprints were found on the strap, but they couldn't arrest Baby Fatal off this because he didn't put the strap in the car himself. Weeks later, Baby Fatal was at a mall in San Diego. Police were called on him for reportedly robbing a woman. With surveillance cameras caught everything, and he was later arrested in the mall's parking lot. While already sitting in jail for previous robberies mentioned before, more bad attention will come out on Baby Fatal while he was locked up. Video that I used in the beginning will start to spread out all over the internet and WorldStar. The video will show a 1 minute and 18-second video of Baby Fatal in the 4600 block of C Street in a rolling 40s turf, trying to check another man. Police easily knew it was Baby Fatal in the video, off his reflection of the car, his voice, and the car he drove in the video. The police reportedly tried to get the other man to snitch on Baby Fatal, which he refused to corroborate. The whole video, he was being threatened by Baby Fatal, and police would use this in court. It mentioned Baby Fatal threatening to shoot the other guy. Baby Fatal was only sentenced to 6 years, but with his known reputation, they tried to give him a 10-year gang enhancement and several other charges as well. Baby Fatal has already been locked up for over 6 years, and his earliest parole date is 2029. To all the gang members, start recording every crime you commit. It can get you in the long run and get you longer time. This will conclude this episode. If you haven't already, make
directions faster.
Did someone say catfish? Yeah, that's me. I look 6 foot, but I'm 5'3". Did someone say catfish? Yeah, that's me. I look 6 foot, but I'm 5'3". Did someone
All right, so listen up. State Farm was trying to charge me $197 for car insurance. No, thank you.
One early winter's morning in 1965, a band traveling home from a gig in Woodstock, New York, had their journey suddenly interrupted by car trouble. Well, this is a tale many of us regular folks can relate to. The circumstances surrounding this incident are noteworthy. The van was carrying one of the most influential musicians of the 20th century, visionary guitarist Jimi Hendrix. With Jimmy were several other members of the band, including Curtis Knight. Now, years later, Curtis would share the details of when disaster struck. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, and we were trying to make it back to Manhattan, a drive of more than 100 miles through the worst blizzard I can recall, he would later explain. Now, these driving conditions were treacherous enough, and that was when things would take a turn for the worse. The car was swept into a snowdrift and then stalled. Jimmy, Curtis, and other musicians watched as the driver kept trying to leave, but the wheels only spun in the snow. They were stuck. They sat there helpless as the minutes ticked on by, the temperature dropping steadily, despite the fact that the heater was running full blast. And as the heater ran, everyone in the band began to feel drowsy. Only years later, with the benefit of hindsight, would they realize that the van might have been filling with carbon monoxide. It was a very dangerous situation. At any moment, anyone might pass out and be claimed by the gas or the cold, both of which kept steadily creeping in. But that was when something miraculous happened. According to Curtis, the snow on the road slowly began to glow brighter, and it became apparent that something was descending out of the whirlwind of the blizzard, a tall, pointed structure shaped almost like a cone. The object finally came to rest on the road, no more than 100 feet away. Whatever stupor the cold and the carbon monoxide had placed them in vanished as the entire band, including Jimi Hendrix, noticed this strange sight. Now, the panic was short-lived, as what happened next unfolded in mere moments. From somewhere on the side of the craft, a panel slid open, a tall figure effortlessly glided from the landed shape, heading in the direction of the van, melting the snow on the ground as it floated. Now, only seconds later, it was standing on the right-hand side of the vehicle, gazing through the window directly at Jimi Hendrix. The musician and the monster stared at each other. Curtis Knight said that Jimmy seemed to be communicating telepathically with it, whatever it was. Now, as the two held each other's gaze, the other band members noticed something astonishing. The interior of the vehicle rapidly began to warm, allowing them to turn down the heater. Now, at the same time, the snowdrift that the van had become mired in melted away, freeing the tires and allowing them to gain traction on the newly cleared road. Then, just as quickly as the being appeared, it retreats back toward the tall cone in the snow and disappears within. The side hatch slid shut, and the object began a forceful, steady ascent into the sky, just like a rocket on a launch pad, slipping free of all gravity. Everyone in the band was stunned, or as I can imagine in the 60s with everyone doped up on drugs, whoa, dude, that's pretty killer, man. Maybe not, though. They were probably sober. No one said a word as they continued their journey home, and only years later did Curtis Knight remember the incident. He claimed that the entire band acted as though they had been hypnotized. Jimmy had an interesting reaction, though, when Curtis brought the event up later in conversation. And Curtis said, Jimmy never did talk about what happened. He sort of let me know that the cool thing was not to bring up the subject. It was to be our little secret. In private, Jimi Hendrix appears to have been a bit more forthcoming about his experiences. He claimed numerous encounters with UFOs and eventually shared what he had come to believe with his girlfriend, Monica Doneman, who was a figure skater and painter from Germany, and would be the only person with Jimmy in the hours preceding his death in 1970. She said this: Jimmy was convinced that in the near future, galacticians from outer space, from another galaxy of great positive power, would come to our planet to help mankind in its struggle with evil. While explaining this, he drew 2 points representing this higher power coming closer and closer towards our galaxy, the Milky Way, finally reaching Earth. He told me that the arrival of the extraterrestrials would bring about a great change on our planet, and that love, peace, and brotherhood among the peoples of the earth would start to blossom again, just as they did in the ancient civilization of Atlantis. Now, one question from Curtis Knight's story still lingers. What did this being look like? Now, according to Curtis Knight, Jimi Hendrix got the best look of anyone in the band. He said that Jimmy compared it to kind of like a cross between a feathered creature, maybe like Mothman and an angel. Anyone interested in the paranormal should have their ears perk up at the mention of Mothman. Could this infamous being, sometimes connected to extraterrestrials, sometimes connected to cryptids, have actually appeared to have one of rock and roll's iconic figures? Well, if so, we have to ask whether it was Jimi Hendrix who made that comparison, or Curtis Knight, who drew that distinction years after the sighting. You see, the name Mothman wouldn't be used to describe a large winged humanoid until nearly a year later at the very least. So the term Mothman first emerged during the creature sighting in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, which I'm sure many of you are already well familiar with, which unfolded between 1966 and 1967. Now, following a sighting from 2 couples on November 15th, 1966, the entire town, even the entire region of West Virginia, was swept into a mania featuring not only the Mothman itself, but a whole host of accompanying high strangeness, including but not limited to odd lights in the sky, UFO sightings, strange visitors comparable to the Men in Black, and poltergeist phenomena. Now, the aspect of these sightings that received the most coverage in the press, however, was the Mothman himself. Named after the second-rate Batman villain killer, Moth, the entity was famous for, well, really 2 things: its large, intense, red glowing eyes, and its massive wingspan, which allowed it to pace cars traveling as fast as 62 miles per hour. Dang. Now, some sightings described it having a head, while others suggested that its head was held low or that lacked a head entirely. Its eyes set into its wide shoulders. Now, events in Point Pleasant culminated on December 15th, 1967, when 46 people were killed after the Silver Bridge connecting Ohio to West Virginia collapsed into the icy waters of the Ohio River. A fracture only 3 millimeters deep caused the entire structure to come crumbling down, making it the deadliest bridge accident in the United States history. While there is no direct evidence that Mothman was to blame, the timing of the incident, coupled with numerous warnings about an impending disaster chronicled by researcher John Keel in his 1975 book, The Mothman Prophecies, would cement Mothman's reputation as a sort of harbinger of doom, predicting mass death in the aftermath of its appearance. Now, it is true that at least sometimes tragedy befalls Mothman witnesses, as with the infamous Silver Bridge incident. However, it is often difficult, if not impossible, to prove that the creature has anything to do with these disasters. In fact, one example where Mothman brought bad luck to those who saw it comes to us from the writer and researcher Nick Redfern. According to Nick, an elderly couple approached him in 2001 to share a very unsettling encounter that would unfold in early 1946 in Littlefield, Texas. Now, the couple told Nick that the incident took place at a property that
You got a lighter,
on the
man?
edge of town. There stood a large old house owned by two elderly sisters who had a reputation for being reclusive and eccentric. Over the years, the sisters' house earned a frightening reputation among kids in the neighborhood. They would often tease and dare each other into prowling about the property, often in the dead of night. Well, late one evening, a group of young thrill seekers decided to patrol the building themselves. We can all see where this is going. Tensions ran high as they crept around the house, unsure of what lay just beyond the next corner. And as they rounded the bend outside, they saw something more horrific than they expected. A pair of massive creatures emerging from the cellar door. What are we in an X-Files episode here, guys? Both of them acted stealthily as they wished their presence to go unnoticed. When they stood, the children said that the beings were immense.
What's up with it?
Over the witnesses around 8 feet tall, beyond what this camera lens could even show.
What's up with it?
Sported a pair of enormous leathery wings. Feathery, like their bodies were covered in gray dissociative which provided a sharp contrast to their eyes, which
Look.
red. Now, once the creatures cellar stretched,
What's that?
spun around in the direction of the kids, everyone showed
See, I smoking backwoods.
across the property, hopping, after gaining enough momentum.
That's American
Monsters unfurled their
What's that? Some chew? Some chew?
Now, several of the witnesses added
That's the thing that killed. That's the thing that killed John Wayne, man.
Redfern. They said that the limbs of the creatures looked almost hollow against the background of the full moon that loomed overhead. After the creature's departure, the kids decided it was time to leave the property ASAP. And as they fled, two of them looked back to the house. They claimed that from one of the upper windows, both sisters were glaring down into the yard, grinning maniacally. The fact that they weren't surprised, to the contrary, they seemed pleased. It suggested that they somehow had a connection to the two abominations that had emerged from the cellar. Perhaps they were witches that had summoned these demons to do their bidding. It's hard to say. The aftermath of this sighting would unfold over the next several months when a motorist in the area eventually saw something resembling the kid's description of the creatures standing in the middle of the road and sadly moaning. However, that isn't the most unsettling thing to happen in Littlefield, Texas, after the 1946 Mothman sighting. Now again, according to Nick Redfern, the old couple who shared this story with him claimed that all the witnesses to a person had died at surprisingly young ages from a variety of seemingly unlikely accidents. While the Littlefield sightings took place 2 decades before the collapse of the Silver Bridge, well, it seems to hint at what can only be described as the Mothman curse, an idea that did not take root until the publication of John Keel's research in 1975. Now, both cryptozoologists and ufologists debate how strong this curse is, if it exists at all. Now, many point to the fact that countless documented Mothman sightings are only ever followed by a little bad luck and nothing more. Still, more witnesses report nothing out of the ordinary at all afterward. Certainly nothing as tragic as death and destruction. Now, much of the lore surrounding the Mothman curse is a product of Keel's writing, which doubled down on the idea to a varying degree of believability. Now, as evidence, he cited the deaths of several major players in the Point Pleasant sightings, as well as the deaths of prominent ufologists, all within 10 years of the Silver Bridge collapse. Also, it's kind of worth noting, using the same criteria, we could easily lump Jimi Hendrix's death into the list of Mothman victims. He was dead within 5 years of his sighting, at the tragically young age of 27, but his death is a whole other video worth of content, so I'll save that for later. Now, more convincingly, through a series of mysterious phone calls, baby girl, I'm different. Claiming 19 John F. Kennedy's assassination during his time in Point Pleasant, but was unable to reach the president in time. Now, he also claimed to have learned that Martin Luther King Jr. would be assassinated in Memphis on February 4th, 1968, and even tried desperately to reach the civil rights leader on the phone. Keel failed in the effort. but was relieved to be proven wrong when February 4 came and went without any incident. Then, 2 months later to the day, King was taken out on April 4th, 1960.
Did you know that Amazon has a $50 million fund that they have to pay out every month? And here's how you can get a cut of it. My name is Charlotte Mickelson, and we help everyday people grow their income with this one simple method. And we're pretty darn good at it. Our company, Publishing.com, was named the 19th fastest growing company in America. And the only reason we're so successful is because of the success that we've created for others. And I'll tell you why our method works so much better than anything else you might have tried. It's because starting a business is not the best way for regular people to make more money. And that's what everyone gets wrong.
68. Now, more recently, the Mothman curse seems to manifest in more unpredictable ways. In January of 2004, the husband of Kimberly Fraser's stepdaughter passed away following a horrific car accident near Olive Hill, Kentucky. Just 6 months earlier, Kimberly claimed to have seen a large winged shape soaring through the summer sky in the exact same location that her stepdaughter's husband died. Several manifestations of the Mothman curse have made headlines in the past few decades. Well, none were Mothman witnesses themselves, they were still associated with the entity as filmmakers. A November 2006 article for the MUFON Journal noted cryptozoologist Lauren Coleman wrote this. Lisa McIntosh, who is the associate producer of the documentary Mothman, Man, Myth, or Monster, died on July 5th, 2006 of a rare cancer called multiple myeloma. Now, the executive producer Barry Conrad explains that, strangely enough, she began having fainting spells while in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, during our visit in September 2004. Now, she was only 42 years of age. Doctors said it was a textbook case, extremely unusual that this type of cancer would affect someone as young as she was. Now, only 1 out of approximately 200,000 people contract this disease. The mystery death of people associated with Mothman films and investigations is a topic that I have documented for some time. July has not been a kind month for those who have experienced these strangely Mothman-related deaths. On June 30th, 2004, a Jennifer Barrett Pellington, 42, wife of the Mothman Prophecies director Mark Pellington, died after a never-identified brief illness in Los Angeles. Now, she was involved in costume design and even received a thank you credit on the Mothman Prophecies. On July 16th, 2005, Mark Chorvinsky, 51, editor of Strange magazine of Rockville, Maryland, died after his relatively quiet battle with cancer. 3 investigations of Chorvinsky's overlapped with Mothman Prophecies, including his interviews with people who cited what Chorvinsky called the Potomac Mothman. Another catastrophe often associated with Mothman is the April 26, 1986 Chernobyl nuclear incident. Both in terms of lives lost and cost, it remains the world's worst nuclear power plant disaster. Only after spending the equivalent of more than, I think it was like $68 billion, was the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics able to get the situation under control.
One of the atomic reactors at the Chernobyl atomic power plant in the city of Kiev was damaged.
Similar puzzling reports of high radiation came in from all over Scandinavia. A radioactive cloud headed north across Poland today and into Denmark, where radiation levels were 5 times normal.
For many, it was too late. Both first responders and people in the vicinity of the power plant would suffer from radiation-induced cancers for years and years to come. Even for those who did not suffer physically, the impact was significant. Tens of thousands of residents were forced to evacuate and abandon their homes. In the decades since the meltdown, stories have emerged claiming that just days prior to its failure, the plant was visited by an enormous black bird with a 20-foot wingspan. Reports supposedly came from technicians in the control room and other personnel surveying the grounds outside on foot. Now, one of these stories described something large and black swooping through the skies above Chernobyl. It seemed to have the torso of a man, but completely lacked a head. Its red eyes appeared to be placed near the shoulders, as in some Point Pleasant accounts. Now, those who witnessed this visitor reported it to their coworkers, who confirmed that they too had seen or heard about this creature, which carried it with the nickname the Blackbird of Chernobyl. Now, from that point forward, workers at the plant reported being harassed by mysterious phone calls and suffering from terrifying nightmares. Rumors suggest that these sightings of the Blackbird of Chernobyl would continue until literal moments before the disaster. Reports of Mothman putting in an appearance just prior to the Chernobyl meltdown are tantalizing, but most researchers agree that these stories have also been exaggerated. It's a little bit too much to get into here, but they mostly believe that the Chernobyl Mothman stories arose by accident, following a confusingly written afterword added to the 1991 reissue of John Keel's The Mothman Prophecies. Now, both Lauren Coleman and Nick Redfern assert that none of the Chernobyl Mothman tales can be traced back to their primary sources with really any degree of reliability or credibility, for that matter. The Chernobyl stories may or may not be authentic. Better evidence exists connecting Mothman to another nuclear disaster, one that happened just over a decade ago. If true, some of the creature sightings in 2011 can be directly linked to one of the most profound catastrophes in recent memory. In March of that year, Japan was hit with a magnitude 9 earthquake. In addition to sending the ground rolling beneath their feet, residents of the Tohoku region had to contend with a tsunami.
Stop barking!
Because the earthquake, the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant was significantly damaged. And over the coming days, the world watched in horror as the plant entered a nuclear meltdown whose effects are still felt a dozen years later. The surrounding environment, community, and flora and fauna were all poisoned to varying degrees. Wetler's contributor and author of The Unexplained, Brent Swanser, ladies and gentlemen, lives in Japan and was among the first to collect reports of something that, in hindsight, might have predicted the Fukushima disaster. When hearing these accounts, a startling possibility emerges. That Mothman may have visited Japan just prior to the earthquake. Now, among the witnesses that Brent cites is an American businessman, Marcus Pules, who claimed to have been on a work trip to Japan in February of 2011. Marcus was staying with an old friend in Okuma, just 3 miles away from the Fukushima nuclear power plant. One evening, Marcus and his host were walking the shore near the station when they heard something strange. It was a rushing or whooshing sound. Now, at first, both of them thought it was just the waves crashing against the boulders that scattered the coast. Their assessment changed when the sound repeated itself and was accompanied by a horrendous shriek, unlike anything they had ever heard. Marcus described the noises as shaking him down to the bone and making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. A couple walking nearby out for a romantic walk along the coast also reacted to the shriek, ensuring him that it wasn't just a figment of his imagination. Of course, the couple pointed
Stop barking, Star!
the Daiichi nuclear power plant looming in the distance, and there, roosted on top of one of the buildings and silhouetted against the moonlight and the floodlights, was a large figure, and it was dark. And as they watched, it stretched a pair of enormous appendages, long, broad, and wing-like on either side. It flapped these several times before taking flight, where it circled above the nuclear power plant several times. Now, according to Brent, Marcus's descriptions of the flight patterns went as follows. The creature then took flight and circled the plant at least 4 to 5 times. Some circuits he took at a fast pace, some he seemed to slow down. All the while, he kept his attention on the row of square-shaped buildings that I later found out housed the reactors. The creature then came toward us, flying at least 25 to 30 feet off the ground. The younger couple who had noticed the creature first were now screaming and cowering, the man shielding the woman while shielding his head with a jacket. My friend and I looked in awe as this creature flew over us. That's when I noticed the 2 large red eyes. They seemed to glow from within
and with a blood-red hue. They were unblinking in the 3 to 4 seconds we saw them. We knew they were looking straight at us. We knew this creature knew we could see it, and it made no attempt to disguise itself. The sick, intense, and overwhelming feeling of dread came over us. A feeling that we shouldn't be there was, to say the least, overwhelming. Marcus's friend tried to pull out his phone and snap a picture of the beast, but it was too late. The winged creature was simply too far in the distance, heading toward town. Because of the time of day, all the pictures turned out too dark. Now, both Marcus and his friend dashed home, discussing what they had seen, a conversation they would continue well into that night. Had it just been a trick of the light? Could it have been a gigantic bird? All these explanations felt hollow. They knew what they had seen, and it was unnatural. Now, the following month, Marcus was back home in the United States when he flicked on the television and saw news that the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, the very place where he and his friend had just seen the creature, had been damaged. A sickening feeling arose in his gut. Could the creature have caused this disaster, or at least been trying to warn people of an imminent catastrophe? Marcus would say this: the Fukushima Daiichi was the exact same plant we had seen the strange bird-like creature circling. Was it pure coincidence, or was it the mythical Mothman doing his strange work of predicting disasters? I may never know, and may go to the grave wondering that. But one thing is certain for sure: I don't think that neither of us is going to forget this event, no matter how long we live. As compelling as Marcus's story is, it gains additional credibility from another testimony offered by an unrelated witness. Brent Swanser also told the tale of a man he called Hiroshi, who preferred to remain anonymous. On March 10th, 2011, just a day before the earthquake hit, Hiroshi was in the Fukushima area on a business trip, and like Marcus, he and a friend had decided to take an evening stroll in the vicinity of the nuclear power plant when they noticed something out of the ordinary. Now, their first reaction was that a bird was flying overhead. Even this didn't seem quite right. The creature seemed to have a wingspan somewhere between 10 and 15 feet across. Hiroshi and his friend watched whatever it was soar over a bluff and just above some nearby treetops. An uneasy sense that was no bird crept into Hiroshi's mind. No birds in Japan were that big. Both he and his companion watched it continue its trajectory in the direction of the Fukushima plant, its movements completely silent. Now, Brett spoke to Hiroshi, who told him the following: whatever this thing was suddenly rose up really high into the air and circled a few times before coming down to one of the buildings at the nuclear facility and landing right on top of it. We could then see that it was not a bird. It was standing there, and it was very humanoid in shape, its wings now folded up over its back. It was dusk and some distance away, so we could not see it in very great detail, but it was definitely humanoid, with 2 arms and 2 noticeable legs. We could see no facial features, but the head seemed oversized. The creature stood very still there on that roof and seemed to be looking out over the ocean, its head moving as if it was scanning the horizon. It remained there for a few minutes and then leapt off the edge of the building and shot up into the sky, where it once again circled and then flew off out of sight. And the next morning, Hiroshi headed home to Tokyo, where he learned about the Fukushima meltdown. Now, you tell me, guys, what are the odds that 2 witnesses, completely independent, would have such similar stories to share? I mean, sure, it's possible, but why does Mothman seem to appear just before a tragedy? Is it evil, or is it good? Is this simply a cause of misfortune, or simply trying to warn us? Now, one thing is for certain: if you should see something human-shaped flying through the sky, be on high alert. It doesn't just pose a danger to you in the present, it may well threaten your future. And since you guys made it this far into the video, I want you to all comment down below, "I done seen a Mothman," so that way I know who's made it this far into the video. And if you guys enjoy content just like this, be sure to go ahead and smack that like and subscribe button for more videos by yours truly. And as always, guys, I love you all. Keep it up in mind, and I'll see you all in the very next video.
Panera's new Asiago bagel stacks are just $7.99 each, packed with bold flavors and here for a limited time. Strengthen your hair and protect from heat damage. With Cream of Nature Leave-In Conditioner. Cream of Nature. Unstoppable hair.
Real life. And this is a mystery in and of itself, and it might be a future video.
Got it. Got it. Did you get a blunt? Oh, I touched some. No, I just wondered. No, I just wondered. I wondered. I don't know. Maybe I put it somewhere. It's not problem. I was just asking. Because that was the only switch here. Downstairs. Oh, maybe you didn't. Yes, I see you got it. Oh, that's facing the underneath the shower right now.
No, I took too much and it made me sick.
What?
Yeah.
Nigga.
If you take too much, hell yeah.
Nah, nigga.
If you take too much of everything, if you take too much of anything, nigga, drink too much water and see what it do to you.
I'm not gonna let you do that to my turmeric, bro. I'm not letting it happen, man.
You go eat 6 pills of turmeric pills and tell me how you feel.
Bro, why the fuck would I take that mean?
I do it all the time. I'm just saying. So I took 6 pills of turmeric, swallowed. That shit sat on my stomach. I didn't eat nothing. Then I started feeling my stomach. I started feeling that shit sitting on my stomach. And it's just my stomach started hurting to a point where I couldn't do nothing but throwing up. And then throwing up nothing but the turmeric sitting on my stomach.
Well, that shows you right there that you can't just be taking certain. You can't be taking a lot of shit on empty stomachs, bro.
Yeah.
A lot of shit, bro. If you feel wise.
Yeah, you can't take it. Yeah, for sure. Doing my research about online distributions. Switch my shit up. Switch my shit.
You don't want nothing to do with
DistroKid.
With DistroKid?
Just a lot of stuff in their contract and their little agreements when you be signing up to shit. It's not necessarily cool. All these motherfuckers is fucked up. All of them. TuneCore, DistroKid, any one of them you can name. Got some bullshit going on behind the scenes.
What, to the point where they can distribute your shit beyond what you know?
No, not that. That too. That too, they don't give you a list of everything your music is on. And for any inconvenience, say you get 1 million real views right now, they could just say, you got fake views, or they think you got fake views, and just pretty much keep your money.
Yeah, this is getting out of hand, man.
And then by you signing up to TuneCore and DistroKid, it pretty much gives anybody the right to remix your music, which I get it in a sense, because I could, the same way I took Nas's shit, put it out and remixed it, they allow me to do that so somebody could do the same shit with my music. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not that threatening, but then somebody else remixing your shit, capitalizing it, and you not benefiting off of it, and DistroKid probably will get paid and you ain't get shit.
Yeah, but do you not think you need to, like, copyright your shit, get your shit right on your end before you just...
None of that don't matter. None of that don't matter. So once you sign up to the things, you're agreeing to the... You have all the copyright... You're not listening to me.
How people can flag the fucking music, how people can flag the music. There's certain songs and shit that will get flagged, even if I do like a little Facebook video, how I do whatever, I'll just be blowing, listening to some song or whatever.
That's because Facebook don't want to pay you. That's because Facebook... Listen to me, my nigga. That's because Facebook only reason why they flagging you the video.
Like that on Instagram too.
The only reason why they flagging the video is because Facebook don't want to pay the people the money.
Okay.
For their views and they 30 seconds or however long you was on that.
Why we can't be in that area of business?
Because you're not a big record label, you don't have nothing set up to defend you like that. So you don't have, as an artist, you don't have nothing that's gonna step in for you and defend you.
I got flagged on some little artists too.
Yeah, but they're connected to a bigger label, whether it's a distributor, whether it's they got a fingerprint on their YouTube. It don't got nothing to do with them. It's not them. What I'm saying is, you getting flagged is not necessarily what I'm talking about. Getting flagged is just Facebook protecting their end, saying we're gonna flag this and take this down so we don't have to pay.
It's just like you don't own the rights to this, like how people be doing.
But you don't own the rights to that. It's cool.
I don't own the rights to this music, so they can go live and play their music freely, rather than you.
It's about the money, my nigga. You listen.
Get flagged while you're on live.
You worried about the live and the getting flagged, and you're not worried about what's really going on, my nigga. It's about the money. Facebook has to pay for it. Anything past 30 seconds, Facebook owes somebody some money. Okay. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if everybody's playing 50 Cent song on their live, Facebook got to cut them a check. For Facebook not to cut 50 Cent a check, they're going to remove it or mute the live or tell you you can't put that music on your live. They just protecting their ass. If they don't do that, they gotta cut 50 Cent a check for every schmo that play his music. Same thing with you. But say by you signing up to DistroKid, you're agreeing to these terms and these services. So everything you talking about you agreed to this when you signed up to their services. You agreed to this when you put your music on Spotify. This is a part of the terms and the conditions.
Yeah.
So by Bezo coming in my house, you agree to the terms and conditions. You see what I'm saying? So anything contract you got going is void by you agreeing to these terms and conditions by coming into this house doing business with us. You might have not read everything and understood it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You didn't have a lawyer when you signed up to DistroKid and read you every little thing, and now you'll be like, oh, this fool got a song that's...
Man, DistroKid doing some shit you don't agree with, but you ain't worried none of that fucking fine print right there when you just click and agree. I agree. I just want
DistroKid is also not promoting these things. So they're not saying, they're saying, we'll give you 100% of your royalties. They're not saying that if anything, any reason that if we shut your account down, and we say we don't want to do business with you, in the terms in the midst of shutting your account down, when we shut your account down, all the money that's gonna come in between, we don't got to give you shit.
Okay.
There's a whole bunch. It's little things, and it's on every one of these. Every one of them got their own little shit doing their own. It's some website where it's some other distributor. They like, nigga, if anything happened with us, you can't get more than $50 from us. We don't owe you no more than $50. No matter what happens, no matter how much money you said was owed, and once we go to court, we're protected because you signed this on a contract. You didn't read this shit, but you signed up. And there's a contract, small print.
Okay, I hear you.
You know what I mean? Bezo start his distribution company. He protected his ass, saying, nigga, you niggas make $10,000 on here, and I don't want to pay that shit. I'll just kick you off my shit and keep your money. Now, if Bezo is on Def Jam, if you're on a big record label, they might, and you're going through DistroKid might not do you like that. You know what I mean?
You want to hear how crazy my cousin is? Yeah. All right. Hey, relative.
What's up with it?
What should I tell her? What should I tell her, man, to make her like me more? She can hear you too, so what should I tell her?
Get 3 jobs and give you all the money. Plus the jobs you already got.
She didn't hear you. She didn't hear you. Say it again.
I said she got to get 3 jobs and give you all the money plus the jobs she already got. So that's 4 jobs.
Okay, fine. Literally bye.
What's she say? What's she say? What's she say?
She said bye. Literally bye.
Oh, tell her she don't love my cousin.
Literally bye. I can't hear anything else she says. Bye.
Tell her she doesn't love my cousin. She doesn't love you. She doesn't love you.
She said you must not know about me.
Tell her she don't love my cousin then. She don't love my cousin then. She don't love him enough. You must not love him enough.
I didn't want to let you hear how crazy my people are. Literally. Yeah, I know. See? And you'll be over here thinking how crazy my mind is. But, you know, that's my cousin right there.
I'm serious, too.
Sounds like he needs more money if he's not bitches that get money from everybody else.
No, I didn't say that. I said if you love him,
your significant other.
If you love him, get more jobs and give these all the money and commit your life. I'm just saying, commit your life to the man. How about that? Commit your life to the man in every aspect. Commitment. People are scared of commitment. 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 A little commitment.
Oh, hold on, time out. I don't like this. I don't like this conversation right here. It sounds like y'all getting some little energy going on between y'all. we gotta get this.
This
right
nigga stupid.
Hey, you trying to take my bitch, nigga? Nah, fuck you, cousin.
That light skinned gene kicking in.
Yeah. What's her name?
Hey, the little dose gene kicking in. The little Bezo, you see where he get it from. That nigga try to act like he don't got the little dose gene didn't come from him, nigga. You was acting brand new with the Easter, nigga. Don't act like you went acting brand new with Easter, nigga. He thought he had him a Beyonce, yeah.
Hey, man, we don't even celebrate Easter, man.
So. This nigga said we don't even celebrate Easter.
Yeah, see, you hear how me and my cousins be going wild. But, you know, I have a couple family members out here. I don't know, maybe one day we'll take a trip and go see a couple people or something. Oh, that sounds cool. But if they cut you out, just take it. Just take it. Please don't be mad. If they catch me out? If they cuss you out.
Funky white bitch. Funky white bitch.
What is this white bitch doing in my house? They were like, hey, auntie, you gotta relax. Like, no, she's with me.
That's the bitch that killed Kennedy.
I know that white bitch. Like, I've never seen her in a day in my life. They were like, no, I know that fucking bitch.
She's the bitch that she killed Kennedy.
Auntie.
She killed Kennedy. She's the bitch that took my man in 79.
Yeah. You said you want to lock the door? Telling on the phone, you're on 2 phones at once. I feel like this was old school party line. Hey, party line.
So we get it cracking.
That was the world's greatest invention. Yeah, that was popping, but you know
they trying to recreate it with the live, but
we need to recreate one though. Like that's
like TikTok. TikTok is pretty much they be getting it popping on there.
How can we hustle that right there? Like we gonna get a phone number and y'all call in.
Oh yeah, you just gotta get a phone number. You just gotta get the phone number and a phone number and a Cox Cable commercial.
Do you remember the commercials and shit? Remember the commercials that used to be like way back in the day for the party lines and shit, live links.
She too young for that shit, cuz.
You remember live links? You can call me and I'd like to make an addition to my boyfriend. I've been thinking
This nigga, stop telling on yourself, nigga. Shut the fuck up. Stop telling. We don't say live links, nigga. You're telling on yourself. You're exposing game.
Man, my girlfriend, nigga. Hey, man.
Hey, it's our girlfriend. It's our girlfriend. It's our girlfriend, nigga. I knew her before you knew her. She's our girlfriend, nigga.
This is why. See, this is why. This is why I don't let my family talk to my women. Cause he gonna take you away from me. You gonna be
nah, nigga. Hey, nigga. You didn't share. Hey. You didn't share them cereal. You didn't share the cereal.
You put me in your good people hands.
Hey, this nigga didn't share the cereal when we was little kids. You didn't share the cereal when we was little kids. Now you gotta share the bitch.
Yeah. It was like, our girlfriend. It was like, okay, yeah. Cause you gonna be like, damn. Your cousin is amazing. Your cousin, I'm in good hands with him too.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck? Why didn't I meet both of y'all at the same time?
Hell no.
What is this about?
No, you ain't in my good hands no more, bitch.
You be like the light skin cousin be tripping. Then the other guy, he's dark skin, and he's like, oh, he's perfect.
He's smooth. He's smooth like chocolate. He's smooth like chocolate. That nigga smooth like chocolate.
Smooth as a baby's bottom.
He's perfect.
Yeah. I gotta give my family credit, but this is why you're never gonna meet him.
I was just invited.
She didn't know she was gonna be the barbecue, nigga.
Hey, you too smooth for me, cousin. You too smooth for me, really.
You didn't share them cereal. Now you gotta share them girl.
You know? Nah, man. I don't even be talking to your girl or whoever you deal with. Can you put me on the phone with somebody you deal with?
Yeah, nigga, you be at my baby mama house, nigga. Shut up.
Oh, you right. She just braided my hair. Yeah, you right.
Yeah, nigga. This nigga got a better relationship. He got a better relationship with my baby mama than I do. How about that? So get your ass up. So get your little sexy ass over here, mama. I want to have a better relationship with you too. Take you and your kids out to eat. Take you and your kids out to eat.
I put it on mute real quick, but hey, nigga, I'll have you tied into some shit next week and run a bitch.
Yeah, this nigga stupid. We ain't doing no back by missions. No back by missions. Hey, we can run a roar. 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 She could bring her friend to vouch for her.
You say you want to do the barbecue?
My back is like go to the barbecue.
I told you about the barbecue, remember?
She was going.
No, I know, but then I was invited. I'm just making sure I'm back invited.
Yeah, I told you the barbecue. We're gonna throw a barbecue, and I'm gonna slap my meat across your grill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the barbecue right there. Meat across your grill, baby. Ooh!
I can't with you.
Barbecue meat.
Yeah, baby, yeah. So, what's going on over there in silence and stuff over there?
I'm on Fashion Nova looking for, cute outfits.
Who's all over there?
No one's here.
Until when?
What do you mean until when?
Until when? When is everybody pulling up?
I want to bed.
The door needs to be unlocked.
Literally going to bed.
The door needs to be unlocked. I want to go to bed too.
That's so crazy. No barking, Star. Smoking the joint right now.